Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Prerequisite for the coordinator is just to get the three.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's not Zoom. Testing, 1, 2, 3. One more test, testing.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's 8:36. We have 7 board members present, and we're getting ready to start this meeting here today. But before we get started, does the department have any announcements or anything like that? About Department of Law have any announcements or anything? All right. So whenever you guys are ready, we're ready for the presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Chris Brockman. I'm the Intensive Management Coordinator. To my right is John Landseedel, the Unit 17 Area Manager. Todd Rinaldi is to his right. He's the Regional Management Coordinator for Region 4. And Dr. Kristen Denreiter is to his right, and she is our Research Coordinator for Region 4. I'm going to be reading some information onto the record, and it can be found in RC3 tab 1.3. So this talk focuses on the Alaska Department of Fish and Game's consideration of the sustained yield principle in making this proposal. That is, the requirements for the department and the Board of Game to consider all the important, relevant, and material factors relating to the sustainability of a replenishable public wildlife resource prior to the adoption of a regulatory proposal. While management in Alaska is based on the North American model of wildlife conservation, Alaska's Constitution, statutes, and regulations have been and continue to be developed and implemented consistent with the principles of the model. This proposed intensive management program is designed to grow the Mulchatna Caribou herd by reducing predation from wolves, black bears, brown bears through the lethal removal of these predators. We must consider all the important, relevant, and material factors relating to the sustained yield of the populations impacted by the Mulchatna Intensive Management Program. Caribou, wolves, brown bears, and black bears. This board and the department are responsible for ensuring that the proposed IM program meets the sustained yield clause of the Alaska Constitution. When the Supreme Court has reviewed cases pertaining to sustained yield clause of the Constitution, they have referenced the text of the sustained yield clause in the Alaska Constitution. And that says, fish, forests, wildlife, grasslands, and all other replenishable resources belonging to the state shall be utilized, developed, and maintained on the sustained yield principle, subject to preferences among beneficial uses. The definition of sustained yield principle provided to the constitutional delegates by the Resource Committee at the Constitutional Convention stated, as to forest, timber volume, rate of growth, and acreage of timber type can be determined with some degree of accuracy. For fish, for wildlife and for some other replenishable resources, such as huckleberries, as an example, it is difficult or even impossible to measure accurately the factors by which a calculated sustained yield could be determined. Yet the term sustained yield principle is used in connection with management of such resources. When so used, it denotes conscious application, insofar as practicable, of principles of management intended to sustain the yield of the resource being managed. The broad meaning is the meaning of the term used in the article. The section from the report to the people of Alaska from the Alaska Constitutional Convention on Administering the State's Natural Resources states, the article's primary purpose is to balance maximum use of natural resources with their continued availability to future generations. In keeping with that purpose, all replenishable resources are to be administered, insofar as practicable, on the sustained yield principle. This includes fish, forests, wildlife, grasslands, among others. These founding documents provide the framework for considering issues under the sustained yield clause. The Alaska Supreme Court has also clarified aspects of the sustained yield clause that should guide how the board and the department review this and other IM programs, especially with respect to predator populations specifically. The sustained yield clause applies to both predators and preys. And in the decision West versus the state, the court stated, we find nothing in the plain language of the sustained yield clause suggesting that a distinction should be drawn between predator and prey populations for the purposes of applying the sustained yield principle. And there is no such distinction in descriptions of sustained yield supplied by the delegates who drafted the Constitution or the voters who ratified it. We have acknowledged that the framers of the Alaska Constitution intended the sustained yield clause to play a meaningful role in resource management. We hold today that the sustained yield clause in the Alaska Constitution applies to both predators and prey populations, including populations of bears and wolves. The sustained yield clause permits the state to establish preferences for prey over predators. Also, in the West versus State decision, the court stated, the qualifier that makes sustained yield subject to the preferences among beneficial uses suggests that the legislature and the board have some discretion to establish management priorities for Alaska's wildlife. Based upon the text and constitutional history of the sustained yield clause, the state argues that it allows for some uses and therefore some resources to be preferred over others, and defenders recognize that while the sustained yield clause requires that all wildlife, including predators, be managed for sustained yield, that does not mean that the sustained yield principle precludes predator control in appropriate circumstances. We agree with both these statements and affirm the Superior Court's ruling that the management of wildlife resources may constitutionally include a selection between predator and prey populations. And the sustained yield clause is a broad principle of management that does not require the board to determine a numerical yield. So in the decision, Native Village of Elam versus the state, which was a fisheries case, the court stated, we agree with the board that the sustained yield clause does not require it to determine a specific level of yield for each fish stock. The plain language of the provision requires resource managers to apply sustained yield principles. It does not mandate the use of a predetermined formula, quantitative or qualitative, as a practical matter. The record suggests that to require the board to devise such a formula would consume an amount of time, money, and energy wholly disproportionate to the potential benefits. And the phrase, insofar as practicable, cannot fairly be construed to support the kind of mechanical application of sustained yield principle that Elam proposes. To the contrary, the primary emphasis of the framers' discussion and the glossary definition of sustained yield is on the flexibility of sustained yield requirements and its status as a guiding principle rather than a concrete predefined process. What this means is that the state, specifically the board and the department, are required to always manage for sustained yield of both predators and prey. But the board has the authority to establish a preference between prey populations over predator populations. Additionally, sustained yield should be implemented as a broad principle of management that does not require a formula with factors measured precisely. The state has a track record of success in managing the harvest of game populations to continue the sustained yield of those populations. No population of bears or wolves in Alaska has been managed in a way that threatened the extirpation of the species. On the contrary, even in game management units where predator control occurs, open seasons for harvest of black bears, brown bears, and wolves remain in all units where those species naturally occur. In addition, the board and the department have legislative direction in the form of the intensive management law that establishes a preference for identified prey populations to produce high levels of human harvest. The Mulchatna Caribou herd is a population that has been designated by the board for this preference. The department is obligated to prioritize the yield of Mulchatna caribou over the yield of black bears, brown bears, and wolves within the range of the Mulchatna caribou when harvest of caribou is constrained. Area wildlife biologist John Landseedel and research coordinator Dr. Kristen Denreiter have previously communicated details regarding how the department has taken a hard look at populations of caribou, black bear, brown bear, and wolves in this area. Not only have we, the department, taken a hard look, we have considered all the salient issues in managing these populations for sustained yield under the proposed IM program. As described above, sustained yield is the constitutional mandate given to this board and the department in Article 8, Section 4. In the context of IM, sustained yield of predators means the ability to achieve and maintain a high level of human harvest in the long term. This combines the concept of sustained yield into the future, modified over the near term by a preference among beneficial uses. In practical terms, during an IM program, predator populations can be reduced, so long as the predator populations can recover and provide a harvestable surplus in the future. Note that sustained yield is a higher bar than just sustainability. It is not just adequate for predators to remain on the landscape. Rather, the population needs to be at a level where harvest can be continued. Those who are opposed to the Mulchatna Predator Control Program, including some former department biologists, have provided multiple criticisms. Some of these criticisms are semantic in nature, while others come from a misunderstanding of what is required under the law and the Constitution. In addition, some biologists and organizations try to use the attainment of scientific information or standards to establish difficult hurdles to implement management actions. For example, the critique that correlation is not causation, while accurate in general, is largely a semantic argument to distract from the weight of evidence. Given the treatment design, we cannot conclusively state that removing bears resulted in increased calf survival. However, we can state that there is an overwhelming amount of evidence that supports the conclusion that that is exactly what is happening. Another example is the assertion that there must be clear information on predator abundance, landscape carrying capacity prior to proceeding with predator removals. This demonstrates a misunderstanding of what is required to meet Alaska's sustained yield obligation, and is an effort to set the attainment of high standard scientific standards to intentionally avoid action from being implemented. The difference between decision science and the scientific method is the origin of many criticisms of this program. The National Resource Council's recommendations for the application of IM is to design programs as an experiment with controls and replication. That recommendation focuses on improving knowledge around predator control, but does not reflect the practical realities of active, adaptive wildlife management under the sustained yield principle. That report does not address evidence or standards of sustained yield for predators and clarifies that predator control is a policy decision. We acknowledge that the scientific method has a very high bar to conclusively establish cause and effect. But in light of the information presented by Dr. Denreiter's research, we are very confident that predation is the main factor limiting this herd, and that targeted predator control activities are expected to improve calf survival and ultimately result in human harvest as required under the IM law. I'd like to respond to several assertions that have been made in opposition to this program for this board's consideration. These assertions are biologically unsupported hypotheticals. Assertion 1, bear viewing could be impacted by this proposed reduction on the calving grounds. In this area, female brown bears have an average home range size of approximately 150 square miles. This translates to a linear distance of approximately 20 miles if they have an irregular shaped home range. Data have not been collected for male brown bears, so that applies just to the females. But in other areas, average male home range is usually about 50% larger. The calving grounds for the West Mulchatna is more than 170 miles straight distance from Brooks Falls. This is more than 8 bear home range diameters to the closest popular bear viewing area. The Unit 17 boundary is approximately 70 miles from Brooks Falls. The odds of removing bears that frequent Brooks Falls are extremely low. Although it is possible for a bear to travel great distances, moves of over 70 miles are rare, especially on a regular basis. Katmai has a very high density of brown bears because of the abundant food in that location. Movements away from that reliable and consistent food source would be even more unusual. Assertion 2, the Mulchatna Caribou herd crashed due to overharvest and predators didn't cause the decline, so it doesn't make sense to remove them. The Mulchatna Caribou population was relatively low at about 12,000 animals in the 60s. It then climbed to almost 200,000 animals in the 90s before experiencing a precipitous decline through the 2000s. This decline is due to the population exceeding capacity of the environment to sustain them at that level. The state increased harvest opportunity when the herd was at its peak, and the population was declining because it was clear that there were too many caribou on the landscape. This is the appropriate response for a population that has exceeded carrying capacity. Hunting did not drive the population decline, but rather it took advantage of animals that would have likely died anyway, while simultaneously reducing the impacts of competition. The goal of managing for high levels of sustained yield requires the state to act when the population is at the low point of the cycle, especially when harvest is closed. The claim that the cycle is natural and the population is within historic fluctuation completely ignores the goal of population management. The current population goal is 30 to 80,000 caribou, which is about 15 to 40% of the previous peak. This is a moderate goal accounting for historic fluctuations and should be sustainable. The goal will be adjusted in response to nutritional condition of caribou when appropriate, which will provide important harvest opportunities. Additionally, while predation did not drive the decline in this herd, as Dr. Denreiter described in her presentation, predation is currently the most likely limiting factor that is preventing herd growth. In addition, predators are likely keeping the caribou herd in a low-density dynamic equilibrium, as the herd is not large enough to swamp the predators and during the vulnerable calving period. Assertion number 3. The unlimited killing of bears poses a threat to the sustainability of the bear population. This statement is inaccurate and misleading. There are many ways in which populations are managed for sustained yield. The IM program will focus on a small, limited area of the impacted bear population over a short duration each year, and it will only occur for a limited number of years. It is therefore not an unlimited killing of bears. The sustained yield principle allows predator populations to be reduced over the short term, so long as predator populations can recover and continue to provide a sustained yield in the future. The limitation in space and time is a biologically significant protection to ensure the long-term sustained yield of brown and black bears are conserved, especially given the wide distribution of the species and the game management unit scale at which the state manages bear populations. The relatively small area and limited duration of removals conserves most of the bears within the affected game management units. Multiple lines of evidence indicate bears will immigrate into and repopulate the removal area between removals each year and at the completion of the IM program. which area biologist John Landseedle demonstrated in his presentation. The immigration and repopulation of bears also occurred in 2 prior bear removals that occurred in Game Management Unit 19, also within small areas, and the department continues to find numerous bears on the calving grounds post-removal and in subsequent removal years. In addition, as Mr. Landseedle provided in his presentation, the bear removals represent a small portion of the bears within each game management unit, which is unlikely to reduce the overall bear populations significantly, if at all. Assertion number 4. An estimate of bear density prior to removal is required to meet sustainability for conducting predator removals. Limitations on removals, for example, the small area, limited duration, ensure the sustained yield clause is being met without having precise density estimates. Further, the sustained yield clause of the Alaska Constitution is to be implemented as a broad principle that does not require the department to precisely measure factors such as density necessary to calculate sustained yield. To conduct a rigorous research project that specifically identifies the degree of predator reduction achieved and the time that it takes for predator populations to return to pre-treatment levels would require a pre-removal density. However, we are not proposing to conduct a scientific experiment using the scientific method. Rather, we are proposing a management action informed by science. Game populations throughout Alaska and North America have been managed successfully for sustained yield for nearly a century without current density estimates, and in some cases without any estimates at all. Density, demography, and distribution can be useful in fine-tuning harvest strategies, but are not a requirement to manage for sustained yield. As pointed out by Mr. Landseedle, the bear removals are sustainable because they only occur within a small area over a limited time with a robust sanctuary population outside the removal area. Yet the department has also gone much further than that to demonstrate the program meets requirements to be managed for sustained yield. We have used density estimates for brown bears in these units. In addition, the removal program provides minimum density estimates on the calving grounds each year. These estimates are used to determine that removals are unlikely to decrease the population of brown bears at the scale at which they are managed. Sustainable harvest rates of bears in productive habitats have been documented at greater than 10%, and there have only been moderate reductions in populations that have been harvested at levels of 15% when sows with cubs are protected, as they are outside of the removal area. As Mr. Landseedle pointed out, the total removal rate within the region is lower than these sustainable rates. So we can assure the board that the department is committed to the conscious application, insofar as practicable, of principles of management intended to sustain the yield of caribou, wolves, brown bears, and black bears. We have considered the role of predators in the ecosystem as well as their distribution within the range of the Mulchatna Caribou herd. The application of predator control in this area under the proposed plan will occur in a relatively small geographic area. Removing wolves, brown bears, and black bears will have a minor effect on these populations and includes a goal of long-term sustained yield. The proposed IM program has been carefully developed and implemented and is adaptable as new observations and information are gathered. The department has taken a hard look at a wide variety of factors impacting caribou, wolves, brown bears, and black bears. We have made decisions regarding the sustainability of all species, specifically 1 prey and 3 predators within the Mulchatna system. Evidence supports that predator control likely improved Mulchatna calf survival, and we will operate within the context of the sustained yield provisions of the Constitution and the IM statute. And I wanted to conclude with some of the statistics that we've been able to collect over the last couple of years of the program, and you've heard most of these from John and Kristen, but where we've done the treatment in the West, we've seen a substantial increase in our calf-to-cow ratios. That is one of the primary metrics that we look at to see if we're actually getting the results that we want from doing this treatment. we actually have a unique situation out there where the herd is split into two calving grounds and we're monitoring both. And that acts as a treatment and a control. And what we've seen is the control hasn't changed at all with our calf to cow ratios. But the treatment where we remove predators, we saw that large increase. And so that's about as strong of evidence as you can get for scientific evaluation saying that a treatment is working. And I think the only other thing I want to say is that for the first time in well over a decade, we've seen an increase in the Mulchatna caribou herd rather than continued declines.
Hey, thank you very much. Thanks for reading all that into the record. Questions from board members? Any questions from board members? I'm looking at Al. Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chris. That was a really great presentation, and that answers a lot of questions and puts a lot of stuff on the record on how the program has progressed. I think your last portion was really important, that we know we have two calving areas, and that one we're proceeding with the treatment, and the other one we're leaving alone as a neutral, and that that evidence right there, where the treated areas has shown recovery in calf cow ratio versus the untreated areas, is pretty substantial information to consider on this proposal.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, on the calving areas, part of the calving areas inside of Togiak National Wildlife, is that the control area, or is that something that's completely different? Did you look at that?
Member Loring, through the chair, the portion that's on the Togiak Refuge is unfortunately part of the treatment. So even there, our treatment is not as complete as it would be if they were all on state lands. But no, the east, which is our control segment, that's all on state lands and not on Togiak.
Thank you. Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the report. A lot of very good information. Provides a lot of transparency, I think, to the public of maybe some information that wasn't provided previously. The one of the RCs had mentioned in possible amendments suggesting the definition defining the calving grounds. Can you elaborate a little bit on how the department determines where the calving grounds are and where the take of bears is, versus I heard you use a control area? How do you establish the control area and the calving grounds prior to taking of bears?
Member Garner, through the chair. So the two herds are defined by where we locate them, and they're located by GPS collar and VHF collar. And the way we define where we're going to do our bear removal is we have an approximate 10-mile buffer from where we see caribou. And so that's not just from where a collared caribou is, which we do get that data, but it's usually about a day late. But we get out to the calving grounds, we fly to our collars, we locate them, but we're also looking for uncollared animals and tracks and any indication where the caribou generally are. And then we do our bear removal within approximately a 10-mile buffer. And I say approximately because the caribou are moving every day. So it might be that we saw caribou there the day before and they've moved off a little bit. But we've frequently located bear tracks and they've been leaving the calving grounds, and we've said, okay, well, they're 12, 13 miles away and going the other direction, and we let them go. And if they turn around and come back in a couple days, then hopefully we find them before they impact the bears. So that's kind of how we define where the calving grounds are. And it's similar in the east, which we're not doing the bear removal on. But those calving grounds are a little bit more spread out than what we have in the west, although John or Kristen would probably be able to answer that specifically a little better. But it's the same deal. We get out to the calving grounds, we locate our collared animals, we also locate any groups that we see that are out there, and also tracks and other signs of caribou. But early in the season when there's snow, we can see tracks easily. Later in the season it becomes a little more difficult as we have to see the animals individually.
Other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, you probably looked at some of the amendments, proposed amendments from AWA, and I think a couple of them might have a little bit of merit, at least in my mind. So have you thought about putting some kind of reduction in the 40-some thousand square mile area to maybe reduce, at least on paper, of what you're looking at as far as where your predator control would occur within your comfortable range? Like I say, right now you're given about a 10-mile buffer, maybe even more than that, but maybe reduce that footprint a little bit. Is that something that you would feel comfortable doing, or the department feel comfortable doing, or just maybe move a little bit towards the center?
Member Loring, through the chair, we've definitely considered it. Director Scott has his hand up, and I was also going to point people to Natalie Weber in the back.
Please, I'd like to hear everything, yep.
Yeah, I can say that we like flexibility in a plan gives us the ability to adapt when things move, and they'll have some better program-specific things, but I can say that over the last little over a decade, the West Calving Grounds has moved, I want to say, over 100 miles. Away is maybe 50 miles from Keemuck Mountain to the Tikchik Basin to that. So defining a geographic spot on a map where we're going to work would probably not work.
Before Ryan speaks, I know Caribou do what Caribou do, and we have no idea what they're going to do. But we're looking at maybe a 3 or 4 year period here, not what it was like when there's 200,000 caribou, but at this really smaller numbers. So maybe a smaller range may be a little bit more in play. Go ahead, Ryan.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, Member Loring. I really appreciate the amendments that were brought, and I do think we can, there's a lot of things to think about and potential there. The key is exactly what Mr. Brockman said. If you lock us into a polygon, you've reduced the efficacy of the program. So I encourage you, as you get in, we're not into deliberations yet, but as we get into that, we need that flexibility. Reducing the area, I don't think that's going to be an issue, but don't lock us into a polygon. And make sure you include both the east and the west side.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. Chris, earlier in this meeting, the board was given information that these calves are very healthy, big caribou calves, which indicates that the habitat is good right now. But as the herd grows, do we have any concerns about habitat if things start going, things start to take off and the herd starts to grow? Do we have any habitat concerns?
Member Hoffman, through the chair. With all of our ungulate populations, we have nutrition and habitat concerns, and that's one of the reasons we're monitoring things like reproductive rates and birth weights. And as we start to grow, hopefully we'll reach a point where we can, one, start harvest, and two, if we start to see nutritional indicators that say that we're suffering from some kind of nutritional limitation, then that's definitely when we would come back to the board and say, hey, we need to lower our objectives, or we need to increase harvest and try and slow the growth of the population because we're starting to see some impacts to the caribou nutrition. So that's something we're going to have to monitor, and nutrition's not a stable thing in the environment either. It changes, and it's based on winter condition as well as other things. So as the herd starts to grow, we're going to keep an eye on that stuff, and Dr. Denreiter could probably give you a more concise and clear answer on how that works, as she's more of an expert in that field, but it is something we're definitely going to be monitoring.
Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, for the record, this is Todd Rinaldi, Regional Management Coordinator. I'd ask the board again, keep in mind that the traditional range of the Mulchatna is 30 to 40,000 miles. So what the proportion of range that they're using right now is relatively small, granted the amount of range that is potentially available. I would also like to add something for the record. John has some numbers that we'd like to share with the board, the progression of population change, because we've talked about calf to cow ratios, but we should also emphasize the dramatic increase in the population in the West. And so if it pleases the board, I'd like to hand this over to John for a moment.
Go ahead, thanks.
Thanks, Todd. Excuse me. So, real quick to touch on Todd's statement there, we've had over the last 4 years in the West Mulchatna, we've had an average of 18% growth. In the same time frame, we have 3 years of data for the East because we don't have those photos counted for this year yet, but we have a 5% annual change in growth in the East. So we have an average of 18% growth in the West versus a 5% change in growth in the East. And just touching on Member Loring's comment regarding the calving grounds shifting and the spatial distribution, when they were in Keemuck Mountain, which is a border of 17B and 17C, they were still at about 11,000 animals. That wasn't that long ago. And so they were relatively small at that point, and they've slowly shifted west, and I wanted to make a correction. It is about 80 miles, that small portion, half of the Mulchatna herd, roughly, the West, has slowly and incrementally shifted their calving grounds further north and west over the last 10 years or so. So that whole time they've been small, they have shifted 80 linear miles to the northwest.
Any other questions for Member Batchel?
John, what are they selecting the calving grounds on, in your opinion? Is it habitat quality at that time of year?
Through the chair, Member Batchel, that's a great question. I think some of it has to do with just high site fidelity. I think Dr. Denreiter to my right would probably answer this better. My assumption is that there's something they're selecting for on the calving grounds, and they may deplete that at a annual rate that just causes them to shift slightly away from it. Like, they still want to go to that general location, but whatever they focus on during parturition, they just slowly shift. What that is, I couldn't be certain. I'm sure Kristen has an answer.
Yeah, Dr. Dunrider, can you answer that better?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that I can because caribou are caribou, but what we saw in 2024 in the east was that the caribou were much further north in the mountains, even though there was a lot of snow. This year, they were closer to Kaligonic on the flats, selecting for something totally different. So caribou are caribou, but when folks have done research on caribou herds, they find that caribou during parturition select a couple different scales on the landscape. So there's a home range scale, which is the broader area that they use, and then there's specific sites where they, a specific location within those that they're selecting for as well. And at the broad scale, the consensus in caribou is that they are selecting areas to avoid predation. So areas where those predators are less likely to be, and then at the fine scale, they're selecting for nutrition, and that's pretty consistent across a number of studies.
Any other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you. This is to Department of Law. And Kimberly, I guess I'm confused. What did Judge Guidi's decision actually say? I mean, it affected this program, but did it affect other IM programs in the state also?
Through the chair, Member Loring, the order that you're referencing from March only affected the Mulchatna intensive management regulation, not all of them.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you to the department. So originally I was really interested about this 3 years of uninterrupted taking of the bears on the calving grounds because, like it was stated earlier, that's when the just about all the cows are having babies. And so has this, when we stop this here, when a few days into this third year, what kind of impacts is that going to have on our program?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, some of the data I presented yesterday, I think, show this stark contrast. In 2024, we saw the 2-day survival of those calves, that early calf survival, was much higher in the west, and recruitment was double in the west that it was in the east. This year, what we saw in the west was that we did not have any higher survival in those first 2 days, which was consistent with that predator control being turned off. So as opposed to more calves surviving the first couple days of life in the west versus the east in 2024 when there was predator control, when we turned it off, that difference doesn't exist anymore, so the survival was the same.
Yeah, thank you. So like was just stated earlier that the western herd is grown more than the eastern side, and at this third year, I'm thinking it would have, we kind of messed that up a little. Well, we would have really got to notice a bigger uptick if we would have got to finish this third year. In my mind, does that seem correct?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, yes, that's correct. I mean, we definitely did not make the progress that we would have if we had conducted bear removal throughout the season this year.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With follow-up on Stasha's question, Member Hoffman's question, we had the break after 2 years, and so if the board reinstates this program, what is the department's goal as far as in the future? Are you looking at 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, and then whatever that is, are you going to be able to? What are the boundaries or the criteria that will show success?
Commissioner.
Yeah, I think we're getting dangerously close into deliberations here on the proposal itself, and maybe some of these questions might be better answered during deliberations rather than on the paper that was presented here. So I just want to look at Department of Law here a little bit, make sure that we're not crossing a line here.
Department of Law, are we crossing a line?
Through the chair, Commissioner, I don't believe a line has been crossed yet, but I do think it's important to remind the board, to the extent that you're getting into deliberations, focus the questions to the department on what has been presented to you today.
I think that's pretty, sorry.
Oh, sorry, to make clarifications to help your understanding of that information.
I think that's pretty sound advice, and the department's going to be available whenever we're in deliberations. Any more questions to the department, Member Loring?
I think these are appropriate questions at this time. They deal with the department's program, and if I'm not crossing the line, I think we can deal with them now, maybe additionally deal with them later too, but if you're comfortable in answering that, I'm kind of curious, what the plans are in the future, and I don't think that has to do with deliberations.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Member Loring. A lot of the response to that question is going to be determined by what the board does and the actions that were taken. Obviously, we weren't able to get out and do predator removal this year, and that has a noticeable impact already based on Dr. Denreiter's information. As always, we will let the data drive our next moves. Several things as we sit here, lots of things are happening. We've gotten, relatively new information. We're doing analysis and counting. There's additional fall composition surveys coming up. So we're going to let the data drive us. And I think that's the most appropriate response to that question at this point.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to, go ahead, Member Loring.
And that's what I wanted to hear, that it's going to be data-driven, and that's what the parameters will show. So thank you for that, sir.
Any other questions from board members? Commissioner.
Yeah, I just want to highlight one thing that was in this presentation, and it was a constitutional requirement, because I took an oath of office that required me to uphold the state constitution. And it says the fish, forest, wildlife, grasslands, and all other replenishable resources belonging to the state shall be utilized, developed, and maintained on the sustained yield principle. And this is important, subject to preferences amongst beneficial uses. So the state, our founders of our Constitution said they recognize that there's going to be preferences amongst beneficial uses. State legislature subsequently came back in and passed the intensive management law, which basically said we're going to prioritize feeding and having caribou for food security in different areas of the state. The legislature made that action, not the Board of Game, not anybody else. So simply in this case, we're following the state statute to give that preference that has been identified in the Constitution as well as by the Alaska legislature in doing that. And I think that is accordingly has to be sideboarded by, that we're not affecting sustained yield of bears. Now, are we going to have all kinds of information, population estimates for bears? Not in every case. We manage bear populations across the state without necessarily having population information. So we presented a body of information in my mind that says that we have largely, not affected the sustainability of bears, but we're following the state preferential benefit to users of the caribou resources in trying to rebuild that herd. So just keep in mind that the Constitution does allow the preferences amongst beneficial uses in deciding how to manage our resources.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to staff. In the prior 2 years, what dates did you guys use to start the treatment, and when did it end approximately?
Member Loring, through the chair, we started approximately May 10, and that's driven a little bit by logistics and weather, but typically May 10, and we run that program through approximately June 5th, and that's based on multiple calf mortality studies that have been conducted through the state, and how calves are most susceptible to predation early on, typically within 2 weeks. And the peak calving date, I believe, is around the 16th to the 17th typically, although there's some fluctuation there. And that way, that's providing the most benefit in the most concentrated time period. After that date, calves are definitely still killed by predators, and we would gain something by continuing to work, but the benefit per predator removed would be considerably lower later in the season, and that's why we're focusing early. And we could start a little bit earlier and get some of those bears that are getting some of the early calves, but again, it's those we're doing that with a good buffer around the peak of calving so that we get the most benefit for the removal of each bear.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up. Is there a time or is there an age range that the caribou calves are less susceptible to bear predation, that maybe they can run faster, move, or they actually move off the range that you've seen in your studies?
Member Loring, through the chair, absolutely. That's at about 2 weeks. The mortality for calves drops substantially. I would struggle a little bit to pull up a specific number, but yeah, the survival of calves after 2 weeks is, I want to say it approaches 90% from 2 weeks to fall, whereas the mortality can be as high as 60% in that first 2 weeks, maybe even a little higher.
And just one other quick follow-up. So the calves are usually born over a kind of a time spread, usually within a 2 week period or three week period. What have you seen there? I guess it all depends on the weather and conditions, but is there a...
Through the chair, Member Loring, Dr. Denrider could probably answer this better. The complete spread is probably more like 6 weeks, late April to even the end of June. But the bulk of calves, so 90% of them are born between May 10 and June 20, or sorry, May 10 and May 27 or something like that. And each herd's a little different, so she may correct me on the specifics there, because I'm thinking of a few different herds when I mention that. But yeah, and that peak period is where probably 60 to 70% are born within maybe a 5-day period in the center.
Through the chair, Member Loring, I think Chris's comments were very close to the actual dates and distribution of calving.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Any other questions from board members? If we don't have any more questions here, we're probably going to take a 20-minute break just to kind of gather our thoughts before we go into deliberations. I just want to remind board members we had some new RCs in front of us. I want to make sure that everybody had enough time to review all of those, all that material as well. And I'll probably ask again whenever we come back on the record. So we'll take 20 minutes. Thank you, guys. started here, I just want to make sure that all the board members had enough time to read all their material. I know another RC got walked around here, RC 98. I'm kind of looking around here, and everybody's had a chance to review that. So I think
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt Proposal 1 to modify the Mulchatna Caribou Herd Predation Management Area to all OW, the take of brown bear, to allow the take of brown bear and black bears by the department staff.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to also add, I left out the last part here, and the corresponding regulatory wording is in the RC1 workbook, page 11.
Second concurs.
All right, it's been moved and seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Natalie Weber. I'm the Regulations Program Coordinator for the Division of Wildlife Conservation. We did not have a presentation prepared for this proposal. You've heard a lot of information yesterday and this morning as well. So with your pleasure, we'd like to just get right into deliberations.
Thanks. Kimberly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Department of Law would like to just, I guess, raise some legal considerations for the board in their deliberations. There has been discussion of recent Superior Court orders regarding prior board actions with regard to Mulchatna Caribou herd intensive management, and so I just at least like to address those for what those orders did and did not say. There were 3 orders in particular. The March order is the only order that addressed the board's consideration of sustained yield with regard to bears. The May orders expressly did not address whether the board considered enough new information or engaged in additional discussion when addressing this question at the March statewide meeting. A couple quotes from the March order. This court is bound to adhere to the pronouncements of the Alaska Supreme Court, including when an executive agency decision about natural resources is challenged under Article 8, the role of the judiciary is to ensure the agency has taken a hard look at all the factors material and relevant to the public interest. Put another way, the task for the court in reviewing the Board of Games' adoption of the regulatory proposal to remove bears from state land is to ensure the agency has given reasoned discussion to all the material facts and issues. The March 14 order made a couple findings about what the board did not consider in 2022. The court found the state did not have adequate relevant population studies or any genuine data about bear sustainability in the area of the control program. The Superior Court further found, other than the anecdotal evidence in the record when the board heard testimony suggesting that brown bears are widely distributed in Unit 17 in abundance, there is no credible scientific evidence in the record or discussion by the board to support the conclusion that bears could be killed sustainably. The law requires the board to engage in more than a rudimentary discussion about a bear population or engage in conclusory opinions. The Superior Court, again, only found the information presented in 2022 failed to meet the hard look analysis. This was not addressed in subsequent court orders evaluating the record that was presented to you in March of 2025. If we read the Superior Court orders to be consistent with the binding Supreme Court precedent, including that which was included in Chris Brockman's presentation, the takeaway is that the board must take a hard look at the relevant material factors affecting bear populations, including population studies or other data, but that a predetermined formula or number is not required to satisfy sustained yield. You have heard from the department about how they consider sustained yield in their management and proposals. This is useful information to the board in considering the full record before you. Remember that it is important for the board to also make its own decision regarding whether the adoption of Proposal 1 can be done consistent with the sustained yield principle. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Anybody, any questions from board members? Any discussion from board members? Member Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions. but I do have some intent. Well, I'd just like to start out by starting, I've heard and read a lot of public comments or heard a lot of testimony that revolved around some legal advice, different science-based data, and it was all appreciated and, took into consideration. And, right now, I believe with the nutritional indicators of cow-calf ratio, patrician rate, calf weights, and body fat, this program in the past, which this proposal addresses for a new regulation, that we've seen positive results of having predator control in a small area. I think our pregnancy rates of 96 to 97% in both controlled areas have shown, the habitat is adequate at this time for the number of caribou and also to increase the caribou herd. I believe it was compelling that we have two treatment areas, or two areas. One is a non-treatment area, which is the east, and the treatment area in the west. And where there has been treatment of predator control, we had an 18% growth rate versus a 5% in the non-treated area. So those are leading me to believe that, I can support this proposal, and I'll stop there and let a few other board members chime in.
Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, a lot of very important data here. I think this, kind of a case of lack of transparency, maybe in the public eye. There's a lot of additional information provided. And after seeing data on habitat, nutrition, fat, pregnancy, disease, and recruitment, and all of the hard work, science, and information that has come into this meeting and event, this is, and another key point from legal is that the sustained yield principle does not require the department to determine a numerical yield of bears, but it has been identified that the program is working, and it does not threaten the expiration of the species of the bears.
I guess I have Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with the last two, a lot of the comments the last two members have just conveyed. The department is giving us a lot of good science, and it all made sense to me. I listened to the public and weighed everything. But the most important part of this is, this herd has been identified for high use of harvest for Alaskans to eat and put away. And it's been closed now for several years, since 2021. No hunting has been, hunting was closed since 2021. So this is all shaken out like it's got all the indicators that the department has showed me that if everything goes well, there's some things out of our control like the weather, but yeah, we got heavy calf weights. The browse is looking good right now. We're pinpointing the it's very isolated and surgical. We're just taking the bears that are on the calving grounds. It's we haven't harmed the overall harvest. I mean, the overall bear population. So I'm definitely in support of this, and hopefully things keep going. We'll be updated as things go on, and right now it's looking really good.
Thanks for that, Vice Chairman. During the public testimony and talking to the department, we kind of the fact that there are not a whole lot of black bears in this area. Why did the department choose to include black bears in this plan?
Mr. Chairman, black bears have been identified as one of the three leading predators out there. However, their impact is typically higher in the east than it is in the west, so we haven't removed a whole lot in the west, and it sort of depends on where the caribou end up calving. And so it would be counterproductive to have a predator control program that didn't include one of the key predators
if the caribou calve in an area where there's a lot of black bears. So that's why they were included originally. Right now, working in the west and where the west is at, there's not a lot of black bear in that specific location, but there have been locations where the caribou have calved that did have a number of black bears that were detected preying on calves.
Thanks for that. Other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too really want to thank all the public comments. I read every one of them. It took a long time, but I did read them all. And bears and wolves are just to bring up a lot of emotion for a lot of folks, and I appreciate their input. And it's a really important process, part of this process. And the department gave a really, really good presentation of exactly what's happening out there. A lot of science went into it, a lot of very talented biologists and researchers putting a lot of time and effort into the information they gave us. And looking at some of the highlights of the presentations, what stood out to me was that predators are the main factor in Mulchatna Caribou's low-level status right now. Disease, weather, failure to strive, and other minor factors are also part of their, but definitely not the main one. Habitat has not been determined to be a limiting factor of herd growth. Black bears, although not common, they're very efficient predators on both caribou and moose calves. Very, very effective when they are there. So I understand why they put that in there. So with that said, I'll go ahead and yield to other members, and I'll probably have some more comments a little bit later.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add, one of the more compelling things that I thought for me as a board member, because part of the, a lot of people were thinking we're taking all the bears and, in all of Unit 18. And, like I said earlier, it's very isolated. It's pinpointed to the calving grounds, but we've heard public testimony from people from the nearest, from a couple of the villages nearest to the program. And not only did they say they didn't notice any bears, less bears, but they actually said bear numbers are still increasing. So to me, that's very compelling, that the public needs to know that there's a high level of bears out there, and we're not damaging the overall bear numbers in Unit 18. We're just removing bears that have targeted calves on the calving ground, and it's not affecting the population. And it was very good public testimony from those villages saying, that bears are still prevalent. So, thank you.
Member Loring.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. As far as bear populations go, there's been a lot of study, a lot of effort, years and years and years of work on trying to determine how to adequately count bears and come up with a really good population estimate. And although there's estimates out there, nobody, Alaska, Canada, any place where bears are at, have come up with a definitive method of saying how many bears are actually on the landscape. And so the department has to be able to manage these populations with the best science available, but not knowing the exact total number of bears out there, because it's just not able to be done. And any place in the world that I've seen, and I haven't seen any studies showing that. So, I mean, there's new technology. There's, in the future, there's going to be infrared drones, satellite work. Maybe AI picking out, hot spots on an image that might lead to a little better idea of total number of bears in an area. But that's not quite there yet. So, I just think that the department has to be able to manage on what information they have, and I think they're doing that properly. Thank you.
In my experience around bears, I got a hillside where I see the same sow turning over the same rocks, eating moth larvae with their cubs year after year after year, and then those cubs go up and they participate in that same activity. And I kind of thought that perhaps in this area here there was maybe a certain number of bears that were actively killing these calves, and if, whenever you remove those bears, there wouldn't be new bears to fill in to kill those bears. And that, the marking study you guys have done definitely showed that's not the case. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Chairman, that is absolutely a fair statement. There's a high density of bears in the area in general, and when they encounter caribou, they kill them. So yeah, there's a good number. We did not have any kind of reduction in the density of bears on the landscape that we could detect.
Are there questions from board members? And just to restate for the record too, all the skull sizes, the age, the bore sow take, all that's kind of relatively, as far as the sport side is all relatively stayed kind of the same the last couple of years.
Chairman Fletcher, bear harvest in Unit 19B, 17, and Eastern Unit 18, it fluctuates due to the number of guides operating in the area. We recently had, and also due to spring conditions. So this year we had really, really poor spring conditions, and some guides who harvest in excess of double-digit bears with guided clients in the spring this year either canceled. Most of the bear guides in Dillingham canceled their program this spring because they were unable to get ski planes out and land safely into these areas or travel by snow machine. So peak harvest was in 2011 after the 2 bear bag limit was enacted in Unit 17. And then due to a couple of guides that retired in the 2014 and 15 timeframe and poor springs in 14 and 15, there was a decrease in harvest. But again, I believe that's predominantly due to guided activity because 75% of our bears are harvested by guided non-resident hunters. We have seen an increase in the last couple years, in 2023 and 2024, in public harvest. I think that's predominantly due to increasing moose hunter desire in Southwest Alaska, whether that's Unit 18 or 17. And this year there was just a slight drop in public harvest from the last 2 years.
Is the majority of the guiding activity, I know you said 70% of the take is with non-resident hunters, is the majority on federal land, like on the refuges where guides are bound by prospectus, or is it done on state land? Yep, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a comment prior to that. If you want to continue with the question, I can come back.
Oh, no, go ahead with the comment.
I just wanted to follow along with what Mr. Landseedel said and, point out that we still maintain open hunting seasons for both residents and non-residents for brown bears in the areas that we're talking about. I think that speaks to not only opportunity but sustainability. The other thing I'll just remind the board, and it's something you've heard us say numerous times, is we want that opportunity. We want people to be out there hunting and to be able to harvest, but to be efficient and very effective. The department is, I'm not trying to be arrogant. We have the resources, the manpower, and the time. So if there's a program, a predator removal program in place, the department is the appropriate tool.
Yep, go ahead, thanks.
And Chairman Fletcher, just to answer your question, most harvest occurs on state lands because of the federal concession requirement. There's 2 approved guides for Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. A portion of that extends into Unit 18 near Good News. The other concession is in the Togiak drainage proper. That's a relatively new guide who has just begun starting to operate there, but most harvest certainly occurs on state lands in 17B and 19B.
And you've heard no concerns from guides about decreased population, or I realize that every year can't be a cookie cutter year, but no concerns from people on the landscape about seeing fewer bears or age class of bear or anything like that.
Chairman Fletcher, there are some guides that have voiced concern and expressed concern for this program. One of them has a cabin maybe 50 miles, 40 miles from the eastern edge of the removal area. That being said, we haven't shown a decrease in harvest. I had a staff member call moose hunters last year. I don't want to put a ton of scientific weight into this, but I just had her ask, how many bears each moose hunter saw. And every moose hunter that was contacted that was willingly and freely giving that information said they saw multiple brown bears. And most of those hunters are occurring in the western portion of 17B.
Thanks for that. Other questions from board members? Other intent from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to put on the record that, I've read and evaluated the other science that was submitted to us, either through independent scientists or by the public, and that I went and researched that and evaluated it, and I still came to the determination that the department's science was compelling and factual, and again, that would support my decision to support this proposal. I would also like to add into my testimony RC3 tab 1.3. I think that's an incredible document that the department had put together, and I believe it's factual. And just to point out a few things in there that really hit to me was, on the sustained yield clause permits the state to establish preference for prey over predators, and it clarified that the qualifier that makes subsistence yield subject to preference among beneficial users suggests that the legislature and the board have some discretion to establish management priorities for Alaskan wildlife based upon the text and constitutionality history of sustained yield clause. And that the state argues that it allows for some uses and therefore some resources to have preference over others. And I'll make this quick. I'll just do a couple other ones. The sustained yield principle provides the constitutional delegates of the Resource Committee Convention that they determine it's difficult or impossible to measure accurately the factors by which calculated sustained yield could be determined. Yet the term sustained yield principles is used in connection with management such as resources when it's used to denote conscious. The sustained yield principle precludes predator control in appropriate circumstances. And one other one that I think is important, and the director hit on it, was that even when we've had these intensive management programs or projects going on, we still had open seasons. We didn't reduce bag limits and we didn't reduce seasons, which is showing that it's sustainable and not, it meets the sustained yield principle and not sustainability, which also this document talks about. So, and lastly, I don't believe as a board member I have the discretion to ignore state statute as it was suggested during public testimony. So, I'm still in the camp of supporting this proposal.
Could you just restate for the record too, what's the length of time you typically have been in the previous years out in the field, taking these bears off the landscape?
Chairman Fletcher, for the last 2 years, we have started activities, removal activities on May 10 and ended by June 5. There's some flexibility there given whether we've gotten our logistics in place, whether the weather's conducive to where. That's what we've done the last 2 years, and this year, which was not a complete year, we did start on the 10th. Having some flexibility to start a couple of days before that or go a couple days later, depending on conditions. Calving shifts every year by a day or two with the peak. We can't really predict that for starting, but we can adjust for that in the end. But that's what we have done.
Thank you. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a logistical question. Is the board going to produce a set of findings to give to the department on what our intent is for this? Is that something that's going to happen here?
Yeah, I'd love to have discussion about that. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Fletcher and Member Loring. We need those. Depending on, I mean, it all is dependent on where the board's deliberations go and ultimately decisions. But I mean, there is a lot of talk about time periods and area, and we have questions if we get down in there. We absolutely need those findings.
Any more discussion from board members, intent from board members? Member Loring.
Again, a logistical question. So as we're talking about intent right now and putting things on the record, and then we'll probably take a break and develop some findings and work with the department on those findings and make sure that something that we all can agree on, and then come back out and then put those findings back on record. Is that how would you see it happening?
I think that'd probably be the most efficient way of doing it. If anybody, does any other board members have a better idea than that? I don't think anybody does. Should we take a break now? Yeah, Member Brett.
So just a procedural thing before we jump into wanting to develop findings. We have a proposal on the table. Should we act on that before we get ahead of the cart and develop findings?
Member Loring.
Maybe we can ask either Law or Natalie on what that procedure is. I know at some point we're going to have to approve both of them. Is it findings come first, or we vote on the proposal, then findings second, or how does that work?
I think you need to act on the proposal that's on the table, because if you vote it down, there's no reason for having findings.
All right. So with that being said, any further Member Mueller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to reiterate with the rest of the board here, but based on the public comments that have came in and all of the reading that we've done collectively, or not, individually, but reviewing, I do appreciate all the input from various user groups from around the state, or even if it's from around the world. So as you know, we received lots of comments. I appreciate the ACs providing data from out in the concerned area. And I did just want to reiterate that the presentations provided valuable information that I think that all of us were looking for. So, any questions that we've had, you've been able to help address with us. It's great to see that the herds are growing, and the calf to cow ratio is positive. So just part of my notes here. I appreciate the isolated area of the program to be the calving area, and the opportunities that you've taken to keep it isolated, as well as the time frame of removal is kept to a minimum. So I think based on what a lot of the public input, them not realizing, exactly what these areas look like, hopefully they can help with the education on data that's been provided to them, as well as the habitat and health studies that have been updated, and they'll continue to gain valuable data moving into the future. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
Just a short follow-up on Member Mueller's comments about the advisory committees. Even though the advisory committees only heard from 2 of them at this meeting, as committees, they've been an active participant on this particular issue over the last 3 board meetings. And the advisory committees have supported the prairie control program that the department's been working on. And they represent thousands of Alaskans from the affected areas and throughout the state. And they're the voice for those folks that live in the villages and live in Anchorage and live in Fairbanks and the Kenai Peninsula, the Mat-Su area, southeast. And I just want to let the advisory committees know that we understand, we hear what they're saying, and recognize their support for this. So there is a broad support for the bear control program to continue through the advisory committee process.
Thanks for that, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member Mueller reminded me, and I forgot to have it in my notes, but as a board member, I do think it's very important, and I do consider traditional knowledge when making some decisions at the board. I don't rely totally on, what data that's been presented before us. People that live in the area that are there daily and their communities, I think that traditional knowledge is important and it has a place in the board in making decisions. And so I appreciate all that traditional knowledge and anecdotal information that does come in from people that live on the landscape.
Intent from board members. Oh, Member Bachtel.
Yeah, I'd like to comment that, building on what Al just said too, the testimony from the residents of the village and the region and the AC boards from all of those villages and stuff and their personal experience on the landscape really backs up the findings of what the state has brought to us. I've read a lot of the public comments and appreciate all the comments and opinions. There's a lot of passion that's been expressed on both sides of this issue. I believe the department has demonstrated that the approach is working, and I appreciate the fact that they're really limiting their treatment areas to those calving grounds and the close surrounding areas. And the fact that we have a west and an east herd that we can use as one as a control and the other one we can see what the results are. And I think those results are pretty compelling.
Thank you for that. Any other more comments, questions, intent from board members? If not, we might be ready for the, Department of Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to, before the board calls the question, to address the issue of findings, just for the board's reminder and to put on the record, findings are not regulations and they don't have the force and effect of those. But what they do is they provide important guidance to the department to make sure that their operations are consistent with the board's intent. So prior to calling the question, during deliberations, those statements of intent are very important and they do need to happen on the record and enlighten what those future findings may be. So that way the intent is clear before the board votes. So just keep that in mind if you have any further statements you wish to add to the record.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Kimberly, for that information. And I think in our findings, the department's pretty much detailed what their past 2.5 years of work has been as far as the dates that they actually go out into the field to do this work, and also the areas, the calving grounds. And I think in our findings we should refer to those, but not limit the department to those specific hard dates. Don't put any sideboards on them, but our intent would be that they work within those dates that they found appropriate for the removal process, and also the calving ground areas that they work at, and that their intent is to stay within where that calving ground may move to. If it's different than where it is this year, it might be different next year, that they'll work within the calving grounds, and then take those particular predators that they mentioned, the black bears, the brown bears, and the wolves, out of those areas to enhance the caribou population. And so my intent in the findings would be to give directions to the department to continue what they're doing within the guidelines they've used in the past, and but not put any hard sideboards on that, but give them direction to continue with what they're doing.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, and again, in an attempt to be very transparent about all of the conversations and as the board deliberates here, all the discussion we've heard up till this point has all been about bears, and that is the proposal about bears. I don't know if the board has any desire to address wolves in this area or making changes to that. However, I would encourage you to specifically note that in findings once the board has made a decision.
Thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Director, for that little tidbit. So maybe I could ask if it's appropriate. If it's not, just let me know. The department's intent of still allowing same-day airborne for the public, which I'll let you answer that, I guess.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, our intent is to leave it on within the regulation for sure. It is a discretionary condition that we can apply or not apply. It is something we've talked about quite a bit recently, again, demonstrating, and effectively, it's usually the department who should be doing it. However, SDA is part of the regulation, so our intent is to leave it there.
I guess I was wondering if you were going to continue it. Leaving the same-day airborne on the regulations is fine, but does the department have any indication that they will, open that up and allow same-day airborne for permittees, in the upcoming years?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Barrett, we've opened it every year so far. Again, it is a discussion, just as part of the, our normal review of the regulation and the IM plan and looking at the efficacy. I anticipate we will open it up in future years. Can I tell you it'll be every year? I can't tell you that here and now. I'd remind the board too, we're going to be back in Region 4 in 2028. That's just a couple board cycles away. So we'll be looking at all of this again, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Mr. Scott, just clarify, same airborne, we were just talking about wolves only on that particular, and it's mostly the spring operations is what we're talking about? Through the chair, Member Loring, exactly. That's what we're talking about. And is that's still part of proposal one? That's going to be, that's something we don't have to add to, it's already part of it?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring, thank you for the question. Yes, I'll freely admit I had some trepidation even bringing it up, but I think in light of just being very transparent for everybody who's here and everybody who's listening, we've talked a lot about bears, but wolves are part of this equation. They are not part of the proposal. So as it is, they'll stand. Everything that's in place will be there. But I felt like it was appropriate to bring it forward.
If we've been pretty, clear with this discussion here about, what might be included in the findings if we were to adopt this proposal? Is this discussion been sufficient enough? Yeah, Member Brett.
I guess I'll just add a little bit to it. It would be my intent in the findings that, the areas described in the latter plan, continue forward, and then having that flexibility for the department to be able to move within that larger area as calving areas change is recommendable. And, I appreciate that, wolves will be included in that department's IM project out there, and that they have the flexibility on the dates of when to implement their treatment out there in the area, and to continue the non-treatment area as a neutral place to have data that reflects what the treatment area is doing opposed to an area that's not treated.
At what point in time do you decide, do you foresee, or do you ever foresee applying this treatment to your control area because it's working and effective? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're benefiting greatly, as indicated in all these discussions, by having a treatment area and a control area. Again, as we talked about earlier, we'll let the data drive us. And we've seen 18% growth. It's pretty good. We're focused in the right direction. On one side, I understand that. I think it's extremely valuable that we at whatever point in time it is, we wrap up the western side, see what the herd is telling us, see what the animal body condition, what is the fat content, what are pregnancy rates, what are calf weights. I mean, those are lunker calves. And I mean, things are focused in the right spot. I don't think we can put a date on it. We'll let the data drive those decisions.
Member Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask Director Ryan, I know that we have been approached with discussion on pausing the program. So even moving forward, if implemented again, there's still potential for a pause. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Member Mueller, all the time. There are conditions set in the intensive management plan for this program, all of our programs, conditions both for prey populations and predator populations. So yes.
Great, thank you.
Other board members? Oh, Commissioner.
Yeah, I just want to also put on the record that, you know, if the department sees any impact to sustainability of bears, of course, we'll factor that into our decisions on moving forward. We would not jeopardize the sustainability of bears if we had information on that, if you authorize this program. So I just want to put it on the record that, you know, we're trying to rebuild the caribou herd, but we're not going to jeopardize long-term sustainability of bears in so doing. So.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question to the Department of Law. Do you see us meeting our responsibilities for getting things on record? Any areas that we need to address that we haven't, we might have overlooked? In your view, in other words, have we met our responsibility to get as much of our intent out there as possible?
Through the chair, Member Loring. I think one of the things that makes that a hard question to give a definitive answer to is I think there's always the potential to build a robust record. The main things that were addressed in the recent Superior Court orders that were noted that the board did not take a sufficient look at before were what relevant population studies or any genuine data about bear sustainability in the area of the program, and whether the board engaged in enough discussion to conclude that under the proposal that bears could be killed sustainably within the bounds of the program. So to the extent that the court orders wanted more than a rudimentary discussion on these topics, I think that would be something for the board members to take in mind right now as to whether you have any additional thoughts on those particular issues.
Anybody have any additional thoughts on, Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is to the department staff. I know you did the marking with the paintballs this past year, and you've seen new bears come in that weren't marked. And you feel there's enough refugia out there to allow the sustainability of bears in our treatment area to continue based on bears moving in and the number of bears moving in and those areas that are actually protected, they're not part of the treatment area. Are you pretty comfortable that those population is sustainable based on what you see so far?
Member Loring, through the chair, to begin with, I'm completely confident that there's no risk to even affecting the sustained yield of the bear population in units 17, 18, or 19. Even more than that, I have no concerns even over the sustained yield of bears within that area. And I say that because every year we've returned to that area after we were done with removal for other projects, and we have found bears. At the last day of our project for the first 2 years in 2023 and 2024, bears were entering the area and we were harvesting. There was no reduction in our catch per unit effort. And I know that because I specifically looked at it. there's a way to estimate populations using that catch per unit effort. It's something that's developed with fish, but it does work for bears, and it's been used in other programs. And we couldn't apply that method because there was no reduction in that, which indicates we weren't reducing the populations to a level. More than that, I believe the previous estimate's about 103 bears per 1,000 square miles. And if we apply that to a general polygon that John had drawn around the area, he said there's probably, the midpoint of that estimate would put that at about 2,880 bears. Other work that we've done around the state and work that's been done in Canada indicates that productive bear populations, which this is obviously a productive bear population, can handle harvest rates of up to 10%. And so that would be a harvest of approximately 288 bears before we started to get beyond or even close to what is annually sustainable. And so we can harvest up to that many without reducing the population. So we're nowhere near harvesting at a level that's going to create a reduction in that population, even if we continue it for a long time. And that's not the intent. Does that answer your question?
It sure doesn't. I have just a quick follow-up. I'm sure you've been talking with your counterparts in the Togiak Refuge and also the Yukon Flats, and are those managers really comfortable with their bear numbers also? I know it's a non-treatment area, but are they happy with what they have in their parks or their refuges?
Through the chair, Member Loring, I work very closely with Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. We don't work as closely with Yukon Delta just because they're based in Bethel. And so I think they aren't doing bear surveys either. Currently, you heard from Pat Walsh, who was the most recent person who had done line transect or distance sampling for bears. And so they've had some turnover due to the federal government stuff. And I haven't heard any concerns, but I don't want to speak for them. I know they're in the process of finding new refuge biologists, especially for Togiak. So,
okay, I'm comfortable then with the bear population staying stable and sustainable based on what our department staff has and some anecdotal information they're getting from the other managers. So just want to get that on record that I feel the bear population is in pretty good shape.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to add a little more to the record. During this process, leading up to this meeting, there was a lot of public comment and concern that maybe the bears weren't the problem and that the problem was disease and habitat. And throughout this meeting here, the department is clearly, convinced me and showed me through science that that's not the case, that actually bears taking calves on the calving grounds are preventing their herd from growing. So I just want to point that out because a lot of what we read from public testimony and what we heard on the news and all that was, saying that they thought that it was disease or habitat was actually doing all the harm. And in fact, it's clear to me that it is the bears at this point preventing the herd growth.
There, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because I'm a terminology guy and the commissioner used the word sustainable, and learning that there's a difference between sustained yield and sustainable, I would just like to have clarification that your intentions or your comments were meant to sustained yield and not sustainability.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any more questions, intent from board members? I think we've had a pretty good discussion about this. We've had great presentations from the department. We've had a lot of public testimony as well. A lot of written comment that took a lot of time. I really appreciate all that. And very unique comments. It's not just a cut and paste comment. They were all very, very unique. A lot of those comments, spoke to disease being the limiting factor in the the lack of caribou population growth out there, and I think the department has done a really good job convincing me as well that that is not the case. I intend to support this. So, any other questions, comments from board members?
Call the question.
The question's been called. We do the cost statement, please, Member Batchel. Oh, wait, turn on your mic. Thank you.
That would help. The board has heard and considered concerns over costs of the program and the effects on tourism revenue. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 1. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Ms. Mueller?
Yes.
And Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Thank you for that. We have some findings that we need to get together. So should we take a break? We'll take a break. 15-minute break. that outlines the board findings. Should we move to adopt it?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the findings found in RC 99.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on this, on these findings. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And on number one, it says continue to monitor the sustainability of predators. Should that be to monitor the sustained yield of predator populations? Maybe department can answer.
I think they mean the same thing, as long as you're on the record, sustained yield, we'll consider it sustained yield or sustainability, so.
Thanks for clarifying that. Is everybody good with that on the board? I'm looking up and down and nobody's objecting, so I think we're good with that. Further discussion on these findings? Anybody else have anything else they want to add? Talk about, Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I really can think of that comes to mind when I'm reading this is, it does say here, recognize calving grounds, move and shift over time, and we'll kind of adapt to that. But what if they move to federal lands where we're not able to conduct this program?
We won't do the program because we're not allowed to conduct these activities on federal land.
So should we have noted that in this, or is that a non-factor?
Well, we continually hope that the federal government will wake up and see that there's a need to do predator management for sustained yield of these resources and for food security of people living in rural Alaska, and we're hoping they'll get to that point in time. And so I would hope that we're not going to exclude the opportunity to participate in federal lands if we get federal policy changes.
I have those same hopes too. Thank you.
Other board members' discussion on these findings? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think they're fine. I think unless there's some more edits or possible changes, I'm comfortable with them right now, too.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm comfortable with them also. Number 2 and 3 really address my concerns I had earlier, and they meet those concerns. And yeah, I'm very comfortable with the 4 findings. Thank you.
Anybody else? Questions or anything want to bring up about the findings? If not?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
just a slight edit. Number 2 should actually read to recognize calving grounds and not recognizing. So I could make that correction, if that's all right.
Yep, I'm good with that. Is everybody else good with that? Oh, yeah, Commissioner.
I just want to ask my wildlife director and his staff whether you're comfortable with these findings and can implement them and understand them.
Through the chair, Commissioner, we are very comfortable with these. I appreciate the thought and the attention that the board put into this, as well as the input from your staff, our staff. I think that it gives clear direction without hamstringing us. We've made, we have the flexibility if, calving periods move or shift a little bit. You also recognize that there's maybe to think about it like a bell curve to it. There's an early season, there's a peak, and there's a later season. We provided testimony to you that we intend, and we have been operating and removing animals to get the most out of catch per unit effort for calves. Taking bears at the appropriate time to increase the number of calves that are on the ground and ultimately survive and on to recruitment. The calving grounds in history have shifted. You've given us the flexibility to work with that as it goes. Great question about federal ground. Appreciate that from Member Hoffman. So I think we're in pretty good shape. We understand where you want to go. I'm also very happy to tell you this is exactly what we've been doing. It's great to have it in findings. That's good, I think, for this process and for the public and for other times we're going to have to discuss this. That's great. But it is exactly what we have been doing. So I appreciate your time and effort.
Further discussion on these findings? If not, we might be ready for,
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
And no cost statements needed.
okay, the question's been called on whether to adopt the findings in front of us, RC 99.
Right, final action on RC 99. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Ms. Mueller?
Yes.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Lauren?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, and with that, we don't have any miscellaneous business. I think we can entertain or do we need a motion to, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a few comments, if you would indulge me for a few minutes. Thank you, sir. So first off, I want to thank the board and all the people in the audience, people who are listening online. We've heard a lot, both in verbal testimony. What an amazing number of written comments we received. Board support handled it as great as always. Savannah, you did outstanding, and I really appreciate all your efforts there. No surprise, this is a controversial topic. There's a lot of passion and emotion. It's a topic that is not supported 100%. I didn't take time to add up the percentages. However, it's supported by some pretty impressive folks like Alaskan residents, and we get a lot of support. We had testimony from rural advisory committees, both in the room and on the phone. We have support from entire villages. We have support from the Alaska Federation of Natives. We have support from other non-rural Alaskans as well, and I think that speaks a lot. Our staff provided you with the latest and the best information to inform your decision on the Mulchatna Intensive Management Program. There was a lot of back and forth. You heard some contradictory information. I'm here to tell you that we provided you the best and the latest. I firmly believe we have answered some of the outstanding questions, made progress on others, and for sure have had a positive impact on the Mulchatna Caribou herd and the users of the resource as we're required to do by law, and which frankly is our responsibility. All while being very intentional with our approach to predator sustainability. You've also heard some of our dirty laundry, internal disagreement, legal proceedings. This entire journey has been part of the process. Whether it be a regular proposal back in 2022, whether it be an emergency regulation back in March, whether it be a court hearing or multiple court hearings. There are avenues for all parties. It's part of the process. It's been a challenge. Yesterday there were some stings for sure, but it's part of the process, and here we are. I have no doubt all interested parties have gained something from this meeting, and I'm very hopeful that everyone here all have a better understanding of the current IM program, and after your decisions, how this will proceed into the future. Costs have been mentioned a few times. I've talked to the board over the years about how costly intensive management programs can be. We're very fortunate that through legislation, the license has an intensive management surcharge, so we're afforded those funding mechanisms to do the work we do. We also have to walk a fine line. We cannot use PR dollars for predator removal. We can use it for research, we can use it for management and things like that, but we have to walk that line. It is something we're asked about pretty regular. Objectives have also been brought up. The current objectives, you're provided a history of where the harvest and population objectives came from. You didn't get a lot of detail at this particular meeting on how those were arrived at. We have that information, and I guarantee you that we will be coming to the board at some point. Right now, we're turning the corner. We've made positive impacts, so I feel like it's a little bit premature to start talking about objectives. But it's a topic we're going to have to tackle, and we'll be ready to go through that with you and provide that information. I'll wrap up by saying thank you to everybody. This is a tough thing, but folks stayed engaged. I appreciate AWA being here, all of the suggested amendments. But I especially thank our folks who worked on this multiple times now to get us to this point. Their dedication and integrity should never be questioned. This year we were unable to do the work this board directed us to do, but these folks, they pivoted and they brought you new data. They brought you more data. You get to see, now you have another year of calf information. You have a good sense for there are still bears there. We even had a number for you. Pretty coarse, we recognize that, but they made do with what they had. We've heard a lot about the Mulchatna Caribou Herd Intensive Management Program over the last 2 days. Here's a couple of things you haven't heard. First, every major caribou herd, except for the Teshpuk and the 40 Mile, has been photo surveyed this season. They just wrapped up the other day with the Nilchina. Analysis and counting is ongoing. You know, there was some downtime in between that, so a whole bunch of people jumped into airplanes and they got a bunch of sheep surveys done, including Unit 19C, which is another hot topic that we discuss with this board regularly. Thanks again for being here. Thank you for the respect that throughout the room and online. We appreciate the opportunity to work with the board and the public, and I hope everybody can enjoy the remainder of their summer.
Thanks for that. Anybody else have any comments? This is very well put. We did have a tremendous amount of public comment for this, and I really do appreciate all the time that people spent to put in their 2 cents on this. With that being said, do we need a motion to adjourn? A motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
All right, we are adjourned.